here a little bit, or will it intensify and move southeast? And again, folks in Lums Chapel, just remain alert, but I really want the folks in northern Hockley County, you guys remain alert. And for those of you in Littlefield, just continue to be alert. No need to take any urgent action at this point, but it would be a good idea to be alert to that potential storm just floating out in that region. The hill covering that area is probably going to cause some significant damage if there's crops already coming up or whatever is going on out there, or any structures as well. And by the way, there's 597 for your marker for Oklahoma Flat in the southern areas of Lamb County. Nothing in Lubbock County at this point. Some showers around Plainview. Overall, things are fairly light. Let's go back to our live. Let's take a look at Unit 1 and see what else we see here. And we'll watch to see if anything's developing in Lubbock. Maybe a little shower trying to develop to our northwest, but we can check out some of our tower cams here in a minute. But I don't see things that look much different here from our unit up near that storm, near the areas of Littlefield and the community of Beck. And we're just watching for information as it comes in from the National Weather Service on the chat line, where we read that information and that data. And it looks like there was I see one little shower on the Doppler radar there. I'm just looking over here while you go ahead and watch video, and you can see one shower in the Guthrie area and a little shower maybe trying to develop northwest of Lubbock. But in general, that is about it at this particular time. So it's just, we have to be patient. We just have to watch, see which way this storm goes. Fortunately, it's out in the open, not directly threatening anyone or any particular community at this point. It just continues to almost be stationary, pardon me. And that's Ruben there getting a photo, and he'll probably be posting that, or is he getting a panoramic video? Yeah, so our assistant news director, Ruben Villarreal, out there getting some video, and you can see the wind. Look at the strong winds with his shirt movement. So very intense, dangerous thunderstorm in that region. We will continue to monitor that. Tornado warning continues in effect for that region at this time. We do have some other related activities going on across our region as far as other chasers. You may see some of those rolling up on Highway 84 in a minute. They're out in that area like our unit, and keeping an eye on this massive storm system moving through that region, similar to the ones we had last night that were along the Caprock tracking across the area as well. So watching this in general. Like, we'll go back to our radar now, and we'll come back and see what Ruben and the crew there have. Steve's got a very wide view, a few isolated storms occurring down in the areas of towards the Big Bend, and looks like along Interstate 20, but obviously none of that's going to impact us. We don't have anything around the south of Lubbock or in eastern New Mexico. That one storm north of Friona now, it looks like there is a tornado warning up in the Texas Panhandle, maybe near Amarillo. This storm, you can see the movement there. Nothing around Lubbock, off the Caprock, a few spotty showers in Guthrie. All the focus on this intense thunderstorm here, literally making little progress, maybe south or southeast, and it almost looks like it's edging now a little more to the south, down towards the northern areas of Hockley County, and just to the west of Littlefield. There's likely some moderate rainfall in Littlefield. That'll be welcome, but again, the intense and severe part of this storm is north of Farm to Market Road 597, and this is the community of Oklahoma Flat here. I'm going to see what's updating here. Let's see. Said they're going to update their warning, go back to a radar indicated tornado. I'm talking about the Lubbock National Weather Service here. Maybe two distinct circulations have merged and have now fallen apart, which is good. But they anticipate it to strengthen once again, so they're continuing the tornado warning. So it looks like the impact again, did you see how those two merged together finally? So the system has weakened for the time being, but it's a matter now of just a wait to see if a circulation develops again. I know Steve is looking at velocity right now. Do you want to make any comments on that, Steve?
Well, you were mentioning the two circulations merging and basically weakening. So if I take you back in time about an hour, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen off to the west-southwest of Beck, that bright green that Matt was referring earlier, indicating the circulation, the counterclockwise circulation associated with the tornado. And you'll see that start to weaken a little bit to the south of Beck, and then near Amherst, between Sudan and Littlefield on this map, you'll start to see the greens getting brighter just as the greens south of Beck start to basically disappear. Bright green right there to the south of the Amherst area, indicating that potential second tornado. And notice here's the blue showing up too to the west of the Littlefield area. Again, Matt talking about that a little bit earlier. Is likely also seeing some of that very large hail in this area just a little while ago, just to the west of the Littlefield area. And then as I move this forward in time, you can see how quickly that circulation has weakened too. But we're still seeing some of the movement to and away from the radar site. Again, that green, the motion of the air is toward the radar site on the north side of Lubbock. The red is that air is moving away from us, and as we move back to the radar. So this is still an extremely dangerous storm. It is still likely producing some very large hail, some strong wind gusts. Early on with the development of these storms, we typically see some of the larger hail. As we move on in time, we'll see some of the stronger wind gusts. Now, that's not to say that there won't be strong wind gusts with these storms or hail with some of the later storms, but take a look at what's going on here between Beck and Littlefield right now. The severe indication that we're likely getting some extremely large hail falling in this area. I'm going to pause this for just a moment. We'll go back to the measuring tool here, and again on the western edge of Littlefield out to where we're starting to see some of the hail is now just about 4 miles. The larger hailstones where you start to see those darker colors, perhaps still about 7 miles away. Now, the good news for Littlefield is that this has generally been tracking more to the southeast than to the east. To the east would take it right into the Littlefield area. But take a look at what's happening to the north as well, because we're watching that area. We're also seeing indications of some very large hail still near the Amherst area. And this is building southward as well, and that could move into the Littlefield area. Now, right now, we're getting indications of some heavy rain on the northwest side of Littlefield. But if we head out towards the northwest of Littlefield, you'll see right around 5 miles away is where we're getting that indication of potentially some very large hail closer to the Amherst area. And again, this entire activity appears to be drifting pretty much to the southeast at this point. A little wider view on that, show you that activity again. And the warnings that we have in place are the severe thunderstorm warning from near Sudan out to the east. That is the yellow polygon that you see here. And of course, the tornado warning, which is still in effect until 5 o'clock. It has been extended twice now. So we're looking at that later expiration time with this storm producing some extremely large hail, most likely. Now, indications are that this is out in a mostly open area, which would limit damage. But as John was mentioning earlier, if we have some crops that are already underway, this would be devastating in that sense, and it would be very destructive. Now, this is likely destructive to any buildings or vehicles, any structures that might be in that general vicinity. And the tornado, excuse me, not the tornado, but the severe thunderstorm warning has now also been extended. So let me mark that one. This does include Littlefield, the Lums Chapel area. So the National Weather Service here in Lubbock has issued this warning for north central Hockley County and northwestern Texas, southern Lamb County. This is in effect until 6 p.m. this evening. Just a few moments ago, a severe thunderstorm was located 5 miles west of Littlefield, moving southeast at 5 miles. That's the one we've been talking about almost continuously here. So this potentially could be quite destructive in the Amherst and Littlefield area with softball size hail. That's about 4 inches in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, if anybody is outside or animals that are outside, this would be a serious situation to life and limb, actually. You do not want to be outside in the hail that we are looking at here. The sirens, we're getting reports now that tornado sirens are going off in Littlefield. That's coming from our Natalie Reyna. Tornado sirens are now going off in Littlefield. Let's zoom in there. You can see that the purple, the severe indicator on this, is now drifting onto the west side, northwest side of Littlefield. Let me pause this for just a moment and go back to that measuring tool, because again, it's just on the west side of Littlefield. But if we extend this out, notice the purples that I'm taking the measuring tool through, the dark purple, and then we end up with that little white dot. That's where the hailstones potentially could exceed that 4 inches that you have been hearing us talking about. That's about 5 miles due west of Littlefield right now. Put this back into motion. Zoom back a little bit so you can see that a little wider. And now that we've hit 5 p.m., right at 5 p.m., the tornado warning has expired. Any word yet from the National Weather Service on extending that warning?
At this point, they're not going to, since there are so many people observing this storm. We'll know right away when there is a tornado. Severe thunderstorm warning with the note that a tornado is possible. A live look here from, they're close to Littlefield, getting some of the pea-size hail right there. This is not the intense. They're not in the hail core, which is still west of Littlefield. If the hail core keeps going southeast, Littlefield is going to luck out and not get that 4-inch diameter hail. It's still really close, and the movement of storms can be erratic, so Littlefield still needs to take this storm really seriously. But this is a live look closer to Littlefield, where they are reporting some pea-size hail.
So once again, Littlefield getting some pea-size hail, tornado sirens going off in Littlefield because of the potential, the seriousness of this storm. And again, as you look in on this radar here, we're looking at the edge of the hail core right near, well, over the western side of Littlefield at this point. So it's actually, while the storm itself appears to be moving southward or building to the south, we're getting the hail. Also, some of that is building to the east toward the Littlefield area. And just noticed on here that we're looking at what could be a hook forming to the southwest of the Littlefield area. Let's go back to the velocity product right here and take a look at that couplet. Yes, we're looking at that potential there for circulation. And with that, again, potentially some tornado development could be occurring in that general vicinity right there just to the southwest of Littlefield, northwest of Lum's Chapel. Put this back into motion here so you can see. Let me stop this here for just a moment. I'm going to clear the circle, and I'm going to stop this and back it up just a little bit so you can see how rapidly it has developed. This is 452, and as I bring this up to 458, you see the bright greens beginning to appear in just 6 minutes time. 2 minutes later, the bright green and some blue beginning to show up. And just the overall time frame that we've just been looking at is just about 11 minutes. And you see that potential for that circulation, how rapidly developing. The green there indicates that we've just had should be a flood warning that's been issued. We'll check that out right here. Flood warning until 7 p.m. So I'm going to switch back to the radar. Let me go back to that radar here and put that back into motion in just a moment. So again, watching that area just southwest of Littlefield, northwest of Lum's Chapel, for the possibility that we could be seeing a tornado developing in that area once again with very large hail. And again,
tornado warning that will be issued. Once again, it will not include Littlefield.
It does look like they'll probably have Lum's Chapel in this, perhaps Oklahoma Flat. We'll wait for that warning to show up here. So the green polygon indicates the flood warning that has been issued for the area. The yellow warning is the severe thunderstorm warning, and as you can see there, now we have the red polygon, the flashing outline, and that indicates the new tornado warning that is in effect. This includes north central Hockley County, south central Lamb County until 5:30 this evening. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles southwest of Littlefield, moving southeast at 5 miles per hour. It's possible this could produce a tornado, could produce softball size hail. And as you watch this, zooming back in, see that the hook is becoming much more pronounced here just to the northwest of the Lums Chapel area. If you are in that area, you should be taking cover already. Again, that cover would be best if it's a cellar or a basement. We're looking at, if not, an interior room, the lowest floor that's available, interior room. That is, put as many walls between you and the outside of the building as possible. Cover yourself with pillows, blankets, coats, bicycle helmet, motorcycle helmet, mattresses, etc. Tornado is approaching. You want to be prepared for that. You want to be taking action immediately. Back to the our watch area, just to show you that this is not the only area that we'll be watching through the evening. We have the tornado watch highlighted in the blue here that is also in effect until 10 p.m. this evening. But right now, tornado warning, as mentioned, for portions of southern Lamb County and northern Hockley County.
And I know I said the information was, that the warning would not include Littlefield. I guess if you're saying downtown Littlefield, because you can see if you go in a little bit closer, when 84 curves off to the left, when you're coming into town, the vet's office is right there. When you go off to the east, that's like the northern extent of where the warning is. So right kind of at the edge of Littlefield itself is the northern extent. We do have a report of softball-sized hail falling in Littlefield right now. So that's why we mentioned a few minutes ago that hail core was just off to the west of Littlefield, and it was moving southward or southeasterly, but we said we're not certain that the hail core would be avoiding. And the most intense part with that hail is still west of Littlefield, but you can see that core that's right on top of Littlefield itself right now in the city. Softball-sized hail is falling, so we have the incredible hail threat in Littlefield itself, but the tornado threat, as Steve is showing you right there, is about 4 miles southwest of Littlefield, moving to the southeast. So if you live anywhere just south of Littlefield, along 385, the warning does stretch down into northern Hockley County. It doesn't go all the way to Littlefield, but this does go all the way down about to Whit-Harrell. That's where we're seeing that hook echo. Again, softball-sized hail is falling in Littlefield right now. And also, John mentioned that flash flood warning that's in place. The Weather Service mentions Amherst, the Texas Tech mesonet site there, picked up about 0.4 of an inch of rain in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 0.43 of an inch. Total rainfall, 1.5 inches of rain there. So we're also getting some significant flooding from this storm as well.
That storm is tracking south and generally southeast. And again, you broaden that out a little bit there, Steve. Again, make folks aware down in Whit-Harrell and in Anton. I want to make sure folks well ahead of the storm know that it is slowly working its way towards our region. So again, it's kind of following Highway 84, and that means obviously it's going to impact Lums Chapel. Make sure that you're in a safe place. Make sure that you're in some type of basement if you can, lowest floor of apartment complex. Do not be out driving. Make sure you've got some helmet with you, anything that'll protect you from the winds, and Steve's going to outline a tracker. But notice this again, if the storm, and it could change, it has changed several times. It was going east, then southeast, and a little more south. Now it appears to be going a little more to the southeast, so that's literally bringing it right down Highway 84, impacting Boehner, possibly down to Anton and Roundup. Lums Chapel, obviously you need to be seeking shelter that I just mentioned. And keep in mind you want more walls around you. They'll be around the windows. If you have a basement, that's your best bet. Cellar obviously is your best bet. But bathrooms, closets, especially the interior part of the house, are key. Helmets, anything you can wrap around you, anything such as cloths, even coats and jackets such as that. So keep those handy with you. But the overall track, we want to keep an eye on that because of the fact it is working its way to the southeast, so it may impact Whit-Harrell, some of that associated with it, the winds and such. And once again, we're looking at the color gradient there with the green, but the red wrapping around it as that storm tries to continue to intensify and work its way towards Lums Chapel. You need to be seeking shelter. You can see some of the road markers here, Oklahoma Flat along 597, and then also East State Road, that is also 597, where it turns to Fisher Road. Notice Highway 84 in the upper right of your corner there, and then 385. So everybody has a reference of where the specific rotation, where the tornado is located at this time. And as Matt had mentioned, some very intense rainfall, and that'll be along Highway 84 in the Littlefield area, but out in those open areas, so it's going to be difficult to drive. I advise folks to continue. Do not go looking at this Do not be trying to be a chaser. There are plenty of people watching this from the National Weather Service, from the Lamb County chaser units as well. And again, a lot of other professionals out there. So roadways are actually somewhat busy. You do not need to be getting into that general area. You just need to stay safe and stay away from there. Folks in Lums Chapel, Oklahoma Flat, you're probably going to get some moderate shower and thunderstorm activity right now. Whether or not you get the hail or impact of winds, we'll simply have to wait and see how that storm tracks on at this time. Again, heavy rainfall will reduce visibility. If the folks that are driving in that area, if you happen to be on 84 coming towards Lubbock, then again, you're going to have some issues there. And I think we're going to take a live shot again. Here we go.
Yeah, and they're at the United in Littlefield. Just wanted to show back to, since we were able to see more of the backside of the storm right here, you can still see some of the hail that's falling right there in Littlefield itself. But just wanted to show, since wanted to pull this up real quick just to see that cloud formation on the backside of this storm. Thought for a second ago, looked like it was trying to produce another funnel. Just keeping a close eye on the rotation that we're seeing on the backside of it right there. But nonetheless, we'll keep a close eye on this perspective here, looking from Littlefield back to the west, southwest. Littlefield is not where they are. They're right there in the middle of town, or close to town, right off 84 at the United. The tornado circulation is farther to the southwest, but just wanted to take a quick perspective on this, John, as they're looking back to the west. And I'll keep monitoring this live pick in case we see anything else interesting on this view, John.
All right, thanks there, Matt. Again, we say we're thanks to Steve for hanging in there. And you still see some hail falling there. Obviously, they're not in the core where most of the hail is, and not obviously where the largest hail is, but that is that perspective from Littlefield to give you an idea of where that storm is, kind of looking at the backside and the sun on the other side. Very dangerous storm as it works its way through Lamb County, appears to be moving down into Hockley County. Whether or not it gets to Lubbock County, we will just have to wait and see, but we do have the chaser units there of Reuben and Natalie in general with this particular thunderstorm. An interesting cloud structure to watch there. We can take another quick look at radar and show you what is going on with that. And we still have the tornado warning in effect. And again, just south of Littlefield, where that curve is, as Matt had mentioned there, south of Littlefield, tracking on that area. And you can see the push here of the rain ahead of that system. There's 385. Here's your county line, Hockley County down here. Folks, generally, a broad area here, you want to be alert for the fact, simply because that storm is so massive, and the track of that varying just a little bit between southeast, maybe a little bit east at times, but it does tend to be a typical right mover in a way that is continuing on this track headed to the right, following Highway 84. Even if you're in Anton, you need to be preparing now for strong winds, likely, if nothing else, very intense rainfall, maybe winds of over 60 miles an hour in most cases, and then along the State Road of 597 and 168, maybe even round up as that storm just works its way slowly to the east and extending over. And we may even have a few showers try to pop up ahead of that system. Looks like north of Farm Market Road 1729. Here's New Deal and here's Abernathy. So such a large storm, it's going to impact a large area, but obviously the focus has to be right here on where the tornado rotation is in the areas of large hail. And notice, by the way, how the hail coverage here and the hail size is generally decreasing at this time. That's still south of 84 and southwest of Littlefield, so maybe we're getting some improvement there. That doesn't mean the storm is weakening overall, but again, that may be an indication things are improving a little, at least a little bit with the hail. As far as the rotation, you still see the typical hook with that, and there's Lums Chapel right in the path of that storm. Boehner also in the path of that storm, some moderate rainfall occurring there. As I mentioned, Anton, Oklahoma Flat just on the south of that. Looks like Levelland, Whit-Harrell right now, the storm might impact Whit-Harrell. We'll simply wait and see, but Levelland, you're out of the danger zone right now. That could change, and whether or not we see if it swings southeast or not, it may move more in the northern areas of Hockley County, and it could very well move into the northwestern areas of Lubbock County as well. But that's a long time that, depending on the track of this storm, the speed of the storm. This is a moderate shower, and this is not a severe storm right here. Let's expand out on the Doppler there, Steve, and we'll just show what else is going on. Really, this is about it. There's no other activity here. There's some in the Texas Panhandle. There is a tornado watch in effect for most of the South Plains, but this is the one that started originally at Muleshoe, working its way now to the southeast along Highway 84. Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, and just want to quickly mention, John, since this is the only storm out there, that's why we're concerned with it, because sometimes you get multiple storms to form and they kind of battle each other. Now, we did have 2 storms, I guess, and they've merged together here into one really large storm. But when you have just one isolated storm like this, and you have such a strong environment out ahead of it, it means that this thunderstorm can really maintain itself. It looks like we're starting to see development of a couple showers out east near Guthrie, and another storm just popped up there over the last couple scans. See that new severe warning that just went up close to Roundup, northwest of Shallowater. Looks like a shower trying to go up there. And like Steve mentioned earlier, we're not trying to be scary or alarm you, but the Storm Prediction Center mentioned about an hour and a half ago that with an outflow boundary that's over the northern part of our area, if this thunderstorm is riding along that outflow boundary as it moves southeast, it's humid upstream, there's a lot of energy available, and the wind field over the next few hours will actually increase a bit to support tornado development and the potential for a strong tornado. So there is that possibility upstream, or over the next hour or two, wherever this thunderstorm does wind up, for it to become quite a bit stronger, or at least maintain its strength. At this point, it's only moving about 5 miles per hour, and as Steve shows right there, the severe warning that is outside of the tornado warning threat, that goes until 6 o'clock. But John, we definitely have the humidity, all the energy in the atmosphere out ahead of the thunderstorm before it actually gets, all the way down over the central South Plains. Wherever the thunderstorm moves, it will have plenty of energy to work with. And I'll actually pull up on, it's not ready just yet, I'll pull up over on Max 2 a couple of the perspectives from Lubbock. It'll be just 1 minute till I have that ready, but just wanted to give the vantage point of, in Lubbock, you may already be saying, okay, well, I'm starting to see now that the clouds have really increased, and it's looking stormy here. We don't have the storm yet here in Lubbock. It'll be ready here in just 1 minute. I'm cycling through a couple of things, but the environment out ahead of this thunderstorm. So you see Roundup right there. We think this storm will still hold together as it gets there. It's moving so slowly, at least like last night, we were able to give good ample heads up that a thunderstorm was moving close to your location. And as Steve's showing right here, with it only going about 5 miles per hour, this would show it'd be later next hour before it even gets to Anton. Sometimes once these storms actually form, they may speed up just a little bit. Not certain if that actually will happen with this thunderstorm, but I think it's going to take a quick second to configure a couple. Yeah, if you guys could pull up one of the other one of the tower cams, we'll give a perspective here from Lubbock. We'll look here from 98th and University. We're looking back to the northwest and can show you that it's cloudy here. You're seeing all the dark clouds, but this storm is not yet in Lubbock. The storm we're looking at, it's moving so slowly. It still has a long ways to go before it gets here. But we right now have an easterly wind at 30 miles per hour in Lubbock, with the dew point right now in the low 60s. That means the environment is healthily feeding into that thunderstorm, which means that's why the watch is in place. We expect these storms to hold together as they continue moving southeasterly. But I know folks here in Lubbock, John, are wondering what's happening with this storm. It's not here yet. It's just dark outside because of all the cloud cover out to the west from this storm. John?
Oh, that is so true. That's why we continue to track, and we're watching this storm as it works its way towards the city of Lubbock. And again, it's moving roughly along Highway 84. And again, you know that we've been talking about that, and that's what the Weather Service is indicating here. It will be impacting Anton and Shallowater, potentially Lubbock. Obviously, it could veer a little more east or southeast, but following that boundary. And our spotters reporting some updraft and rotation about 14 miles north of Levelland. So that is just taking place from the spotters down in the areas of Levelland here looking north. This is the same storm system, but different perspective there. So updraft, there's your rotation taking place, and radar indicating circulation just north of Levelland, and that's about 14 miles. So it gives you an idea, and that's where the tornado warning continues in effect. Still a thunderstorm warning extending all the way up along 385, including Littlefield, and it looks like there's still some hail. It did dissipate generally a little bit in coverage, but now it's intensifying again back southwest of Littlefield, and we see some developing here just to the southeast of Littlefield, right on Highway 84, where it curves coming out of Littlefield. Some very heavy rainfall over Lums Chapel. The storm is still a threat to Lums Chapel, so you guys just remain in the safe area where you are until we see what happens with this overall circulation based on radar and what the spotters are reporting to the Weather Service and the other folks around the South Plains. And you can see one thunderstorm here, not severe again. When I mentioned the storm will impact Anton, that's this storm here. This is a separate storm that's going to merge, it appears, in with that storm again, which may impact the direction and intensity of that storm, but this storm is not severe. It looks like it's just moderate rainfall at Anton along Farm Market Road there, 597, and again 597 where it curves. Here's Farm Market Road 179. This is a community of Roundup, and again, folks in Roundup, you're in the path of that storm as it works its way across Lamb County. The warning including Boehner here. So folks, you guys, I think we mentioned earlier, if not, you need to be in a shelter just in case, because of that circulation with that storm edging a little bit, maybe a little bit more to the east, the hail wrapping around that. Storm is very intense and large in size. Look at the fact that it reaches further north still in Lamb County. Flood warnings in effect, the fact that there's likely a lot of rainfall, and we mentioned that several times with this storm. That's going to create travel issues there. We want to advise you to not be leaving Lubbock or Levelland to go up and look at the storm. Stay where you are, stay out of the way of the folks traveling that way, emergency vehicles and such, and look at the hail indicator from our Doppler here, and we're talking about some very large hail, 3 inches, maybe even larger, indicating back in the areas just to the west, still southwest of Littlefield. Overall storm tracking this way. Doesn't appear to be anything large yet, but we do know there's some hail moving into the Lums Chapel area, and hail size indicated maybe up to 3 inches. Some of those storms last night, again, produced average of 2 to 4 inches as far as hail size. And you see now, again, scattered shower storms. Looking at velocity, the red and the green indicating that circulation right around Lums Chapel on 385. This community of Oklahoma Flat really looks like it's almost between the two. So anywhere in that area, you folks just stay where you are. Keep in mind, you can always turn up the volume on a television set. Stay in your closet and your bathroom. Make sure you have your First Alert weather app with you. That's a good way to stay safe. And again, you'll see that overall rotation with this storm. It has produced a tornado. Earlier, it originated south of Muleshoe. It continues to track very slowly, moving now into Hockley County. Could be a threat to Whit-Harrell. I mentioned earlier, and the Weather Service is watching it closely. Likely to come on in to near Anton, maybe Roundup, maybe shallow water, but the slow movement of this storm, we'll just have to kind of wait and see what's going on. Let's see here what I've got here. Updraft, we're also receiving social media reports. When I say we, we're talking about the National Weather Service at this point. I'm reading the chat here. Social media reports, chasers now of a tornado with the circulation right at this time. So that just came in from the Weather Service there after getting that report of a rotation. So it appears there is a tornado again, according to social media reports. So we have to remember where that's coming from. We are waiting for our knowledge to come through the National Weather Service or one of our chasers out, and there are quite a few chasers at this point. So folks, anywhere in northern areas of Hockley County, particularly southern areas of Lamb County, you just want to stay in your safe shelter, particularly around the community of Lums Chapel and right along Highway 385 and also in the vicinity of Highway 84 reaching down. And now folks in Anton, since we know we have a potential tornado again on the ground, you want to make sure that you're taking those preparations now to be safe, and we can put those up right quick. I know Steve has called those up occasionally, and we've mentioned them enough that you probably know them by heart. But a basement, cellar are the safest places to be, and away from the windows and such. Make sure you get some walls around you. The lowest floor, don't be driving and leaving unless you're leaving and going well south of these storms. And then again, you can cover with pillows and blankets, coats, helmets, mattresses such as that. Don't panic, and we're not trying to make you panic. We're trying to make you informed and make sure you're alert of what this storm can do as it moves through Hockley County, and especially if it moves into Lubbock County as well, or even Hale County, depending on the track of that. Now, it looks like They're lowering the hail size for the tornado warning area to 2 inches. That's a good indication. We saw that with the purple indicated on the Doppler radar. And Steve had the map up there for a second, but there is obviously still a tornado watching effect for most of the South Plains till 10 o'clock, and that reaches from Seminole up to Lubbock and back up into the Texas Panhandle. And as Matt had mentioned earlier, when you only have one storm, it's got plenty of energy all the way around it. We actually would hope to see some additional storms pop up to kind of hold the lid on that other storm, for that terminology, if you want to use that. But again, that is a very severe and intense thunderstorm making its way towards the areas of Hockley County, maybe Lubbock County, even the areas of Hale County. So we know it's moving slow. We know we've been on the air a long time, but we need to keep these folks informed with the potential tornadoes developing. Maybe if they dissipate, they're still redeveloping, so that's why a tornado warning remains in effect. Still in effect for at least 5 more minutes. We'll see how the National Weather Service reevaluates this and decides where that track would be best served, moving that polygon, and how long the next warning might take place. So we're kind of in a waiting period basically here. Look at the heavy rain still over Littlefield, likely flooding in and around that community, definitely along Highway 385. And there's some heavy rain that will make its way into the northern areas of Hockley County with this particular thunderstorm. And it's interesting again what's taking place. And we can take a look at live view 1 again and see what we've got here. I don't know the location on that one, but look at the heavy rainfall.
They're still at the United.
Still at the United? Okay, thanks there, Matt. And again, that gives you a perspective of what they're looking at. You know, the United located around Highway 84 in Littlefield in Hockley County, or in Lamb County, pardon me. You can see the traffic there. Fortunately, not much traffic, but obviously rain continues to fall. The heaviest rain generally south of that area and back down towards the Lum Chapel region. You can see we'll be watching here to see what else takes place. And fortunately, the hail has kind of decreased there. Maybe that storm moving away from Littlefield, at least at this particular time. And looks like nothing new from the Weather Service. And you can see just a little bit of traffic out and about as our unit moves in front of the GBOs and works its way through Littlefield. I'm not sure which way they're going to travel now, but they are staying in a safe area away from that storm and potential tornado. And yet, we're keeping a close eye on that. And notice the darkness with the clouds and the rain, the headlights on. We've gone from warm and sunny to obviously the serious situation with this thunderstorm moving through that region.
Yeah, they're going to stay back behind the storm on the safer side behind it. We'll also have a unit out ahead of the thunderstorm here as well.
That's right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. And again, just watching this storm in general. And let's go back to our Doppler radar and we'll see what's going on here. I don't think there's been a whole lot of change. Still in the northern areas of Hockley County. There's your tornado warning. We're waiting for the update to come here in a few minutes to see what takes place with that warning. Nothing new from the National Weather Service. I'm looking over here at the chat information, the screen in front of me, to see if there's anything new there. Still some moderate to heavy rainfall in Spade. Notice the 2 storms merging together, and we'll see how that develops and how it impacts that storm. Generally, that will weaken storms or intensify the storm. So it's time to see whether or not that will really take place, and if it'll impact this rotation. Most likely it will, at least somewhat, as it moves along Highway 84 and 385. That rotation. Notice hail size has decreased some, as the National Weather Service indicated a few minutes ago. We have, looks like Steve placing a tracker on that based on the fact that it's moving less than 10 miles an hour, maybe 5 to 7 miles an hour there, Steve. So again, working its way towards Roundup and towards shallow water. That track does keep it on a path of possibly coming into Lubbock. I know it's early for that, but we have been alerting folks south and southeast of this storm for the last couple of hours. Literally, this storm started around 2 o'clock just near Muleshoe. It's taken this long to get down to south of Littlefield, so that gives you indication it is a slow-moving, intense, and dangerous thunderstorm moving through the region, not only with the tornadoes that it's produced, but the large hail that it's produced, the very heavy rainfall that's been associated with it. At this point, no significant activity, but again, you can see, watch the generation there. Notice how it was going northeast, and then it turned to east, and now it's coming southeast. That indicates a right mover. We use that term quite often when you're talking about a storm system that may produce and does produce a tornado. It'll be a right mover, but in this case, an outflow boundary that's left over from last night's storm that was working its way back to the west, and maybe even associated where the dry line was in this general area yesterday at this point, may have retreated a little bit further west this morning, tried to make a push and interacting with the boundary from the storms last night that occurred well to the east with that moisture surging back into the South Plains. So ideal conditions there for this storm to just continue generating and working its way on to the southeast, especially without any competition. That's why you continue to see the size of it. And look, it still extends really from Sudan all the way over to the Fieldton area earlier. It's finally clear of that community, but notice they got a little wraparound and new development on the backside. Been some showers from Earth and Spring Lake, also Olton along Highway 70, the one moderate thunderstorm in the Cotton Center area earlier, and then the storm extending. It does seem to be some development out here. Nothing back here is severe at this point. Most of your development is going to be in the south and southeastern areas as that storm works its way into Lubbock County, and whether or not it continues to track further south down into Hockley County. So looks like nothing new from the National Weather Service yet, but it's coming up on 5:30, so we'll see what happens that morning.
And looking over on the other radar display here, I wanted to show that at the times that we've had more of the reports of a tornado with this storm, it's when we've seen the brighter greens and the brighter reds. So green, brighter green or blue is wind coming toward Lubbock. So this backs it up. When we had that earlier report of the tornado a few miles south of Littlefield, note these brighter blues, and some of the reds actually show up right there. Let me see if I can remove, there we go. Some of the brighter greens and blues. We've actually seen the rotation decrease just a little bit, but it is still there. That's why the National Weather Service will issue a new tornado warning that will be for southern parts of Lamb and northern Hockley County for the next 30 minutes. This will go until 6 o'clock because what we're seeing on radar here is still pronounced rotation. So that is when you see the green, again, this is strong wind moving toward Lubbock, red is moving back away. We're still seeing tight rotation with this thunderstorm. I want to go back to what you typically see, just the rainfall here. And actually we can see on the backside of this storm, we're seeing new development back towards Sudan. That's not severe at this point, maybe some small hail that could be developing just south of Sudan. But at this point, our concern and still the potential for 2-inch diameter hail is to the south of Littlefield. And when you see still that pronounced green and the red, and like we've mentioned for some time, this is looking out all across our area. That's it. There's storms up in the Panhandle. There's some down in the Permian Basin. But because the environment ahead of this storm is still primed, ready to go to support this storm, we don't see any indications of it significantly weakening. Now, it could go through the different phases like we have seen, where earlier, it was much more pronounced, the much brighter greens that we saw earlier compared to what we have at this point. Let me back this up just a little bit here, and want to make sure want to make sure we're using the streaming computer. Looking here at the brighter greens that we're seeing off. This was at about an hour ago, or actually, let me reset here. No, that was about 20 minutes ago when we saw the much brighter greens right at Lum's Chapel. You can see as this storm has cycled on through, we're still seeing the bright greens and the reds circling around just like that. And this is showing why Roundup and Anton are in this new tornado warning. It goes until 6 o'clock. The reason is this thunderstorm is still showing that strong rotation, and that's why you need to be in your safe place. And Anton and Roundup, if you're in Whit-Harrell, it does not include you. The warning is not for Whit-Harrell, but it is just north of town. So it's real close there. The prime rotation area that we're seeing, John, is just a few miles north of Whit-Harrell and is still moving down to the southeast, but this is a very slow moving storm, still showing that rotation, John.
Thanks there, Matt. And again, for folks who may be out traveling, I know I just got a text from my son attending a wedding tonight here in Lubbock, and they're out and about now at that wedding. You need to remain alert. Keep the KCBD First Alert weather app with you because we just don't know for sure where this storm is going to track at this point. It has been generally following a southeast track, a little bit east now, southeast as Matt was mentioning, but it is working its way towards shallow water. I know there's probably games going on, whether it's baseball or outdoor activities in general, that'll be going on this evening. So you want to make sure you have some form of knowing what's going on with the storm. And obviously you can watch us and pick us up streaming as well as watching us on KCBD over the air. So be aware of the fact Friday night, a lot going on. This is a very intense storm, slowly moving south and southeast. And if you're in a safe area and you have any photos or videos, I do not want you to go out chasing or go out in a dangerous area. Please send those or upload those to kcbd.com/firstalert, kcbd.com/firstalert. And this goes till 6 o'clock. And the Weather Service, they're doing this for about 30 minutes in length, kind of average there, sometimes longer. That way they can reevaluate it, and we'll just follow the storm, and we'll know in general what they're thinking by watching, their information, and also watching the radar and the rotation with that, so we can keep you up to date on where the most dangerous area is. This is the community of Anton. We just now see that activity in and around the city of Anton, and so again, the tornado warning covering that area, reaching down into Lubbock County. There's some areas of hail indicated widely scattered in and around Boehner at this point. And let's see here, northern Hockley County. All right, that's the same 30-minute warning. I thought I had a new piece of information coming in. Hail size, I haven't seen any current reports, but it looks like it's beginning to crank up a little bit. Notice the overall coverage, and notice the size and colors here as you get into the lighter colors associated with this. So again, this is basically indicating hail size increasing around the areas near Lums Chapel, back up along Highway 84. A lot of rain with this system, so if you happen to be having to travel into this area, and I hope you're not, be aware of the fact there could be numerous flooding areas along the highways, roadways, and especially farm to market roads. So you want to be aware of that. Try to just stay in a safe shelter, stay in a safe place. That obviously applies for Lums Chapel. There's your lightning strikes, and then also community of Anton and Roundup. It's time for you guys to think about getting in a safe area. Matt?
Yeah, and John, a different display that we have here. This is showing estimated rainfall. Now, this product will be augmented or enhanced a bit because of the hail that was falling with it, but this is why they've issued a flash flood warning for much of Lamb County, including Littlefield. Earlier we had the report of 1.5 inches total rainfall in Amherst, and about 0.4 of an inch of rain fell in 5 minutes. That's a rain rate of about 5 inches per hour. So Amherst picked up about 1.5 inches. There's going to be a lot of flooding, which will also make it difficult to try to drive. Even after the storm has moved through, there's still going to be some flooding, even on some of the major highways. There could be some ponding on 84 and 385 here, but especially as you get into the county roads and the dirt roads, there will be some flooding here. So we can expect that heavy rainfall to continue farther down south and east. So this is just the radar, the rainfall estimated rainfall. Taking a look at some of the initial rainfall reports we've had thus far, looks like Amherst is now up to 2.25 inches of rain. We so badly need the rainfall. It's just coming down very quickly. The Weather Service has issued a flood watch tonight through tomorrow because of just how much rain is expected across our area. And one other thing, looking across as far as what's ahead of this thunderstorm, the dew point is up to 63 in Lubbock now. So we have a lot of humidity ahead of this thunderstorm to support it as it moves this way. And with all that humidity, we're looking to the northwest right here. It's an environment that will help maintain this thunderstorm. You can see it's 79 right now with an easterly wind at 30 miles per hour. That shows the really strong wind that is feeding into this thunderstorm and helping support it as it moves this direction. So 79 right now with that dew point at 63, but an east wind at 30. That is rare that we see, that strong of a wind ahead of the storm feeding into it, John.
Thanks so much there, Matt. I was looking at those current conditions. Yes, Steve, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, something else that we can look at are some of the storm reports that have already come through the National Weather Service. Now, at this point, they are preliminary, but you can see to the northwest of the Littlefield area, the 2 tornado reports that we were talking about earlier. So I'll just move this in a little bit closer. So again, you can see that to the south of Amherst, to the west of the Beck area. Let's take the first one to the west of Beck. That tornado was reported at 2 minutes after 4. Multiple reports of a large multi-vortex tornado. Multi-vortex, that means instead of just one funnel coming down from the cloud, there could have been two, which is what we heard, but sometimes you'll get even more than that. That was near the Muleshoe Wildlife Refuge in Bailey County. And then moving over to the second report south of Amherst, that report coming in about 4:55, and that was of a tornado, cyclical, kind of coming and going, spotted by Sheriff's Office, also spotters from the city of Littlefield. So that was out to the west. And again, these so far at least have had no reports of any damage with those. We also have the report of the hail in the area. Let me zoom out a little bit and pick that up. That two reports here. One, the first one out near Baileyboro. We zoom in on that one just a little bit and give you a little bit of the information on that report, which came in 313, hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter, tennis ball size hail, again near the Needmore area, but that was actually out to the west of, from this report, to the west of Baileyboro there, northwest of Baileyboro. And then we had that second report, which was from the Littlefield area, and that coming in, let's see here, the time on that one coming in at 5:03, hail size 4 inches. So that is the size of a softball. Now let's go back to the radar here, take a little wider view on what's going on. Again, we can see considerable hail cloud.
West-northwest of Anton, tennis ball size hail.
West-northwest of Anton right now, tennis ball size hail. So let's put that into motion. And again, right around the Lums Chapel area, out to the west-northwest of Anton, that large hail. And you can see the colors here reflecting that potential with that heavy, with the large hail reports. Let me stop this briefly, and again, just to the west-northwest of the Anton area, put the measuring tool on there, and that's now just barely about 3 miles to the west-northwest of Anton that you can see the hail core right there. The larger hail likely is still near the Lums Chapel area. This storm, as we put it into motion, continuing to track pretty much to the southeast at this point. It looks like the hail core is building to the southeast, while the storm itself is moving more to the east-southeast. That red highlight, we'll flash the highlights there, the polygons, if you will, indicates the tornado warning that is in effect. Let me just give you that information one more time. This is until 5:30. We have a tornado warning. Until 6 p.m. have a tornado warning in effect. This is for the northeastern Hockley and southeastern Lamb County areas. The yellow polygon, if you can see that, that represents the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. Almost the same area. It does cover a little larger area than the tornado warning, but the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect also until 6 p.m. And again, as we just heard, tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. The storm overall moving to the southeast at about 15 miles per hour, though that hail core itself, those shades of purple, seem to be moving much more slowly than that, closer to perhaps about 5 miles per hour to the southeast. So a little wider look on the activity that we have going on here. Again, especially for the northern Hockley County, southeastern parts of Lamb County. So as you can see, this storm is just about to enter the northwestern corner of Lubbock County. So if it continues, that'll take it into the northwestern part of Lubbock County here, likely over the next 30 minutes or so. Something, of course, that we'll be watching. And since we do have that tornado warning in effect, we'll be continuing to cover that. Here's a look once again at the tornado watch that is in effect for much of the area. It's the highlight in blue here from Lee County, Curry County, Roosevelt County in New Mexico, all the way through Lubbock County out towards the Kent County area, Childress County area, for until 10 p.m. So while we have one major complex of storms right now on the radar, We are looking at the potential for additional storms, this one large storm to continue in the area and moving to the southeast at this time. And as we've been noting, still have that tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning in effect.
Thanks so much, Steve. Appreciate you being here and also for that update. That was excellent to give us an idea. And we mentioned a few minutes ago, the Weather Service saying the main hail core is 5 miles west-northwest of Anton, and that's tennis ball size hail. And they're talking about the hail size has been increasing. So again, we could have potential up to 4-inch size hail with, if not this storm, any other storm that develops, because we've had it close to that size already. And you can see here again is Anton, here's Highway 84, there's the community of Boehner, and here's Roundup, and then State Road here, 168. So anywhere in this general area, you really need to stay in a safe area. And back as far as any circulation, watching for anything new here at this point, but again, notice the large core of hail. Lums Chapel, likely still heavy rainfall there. And we'll try to get some updates on Lums Chapel a little bit later on. Now, we don't see any green, so things may have decreased some with this storm. But again, see how the color is changing from the green. Still some circulation obviously there, but it looks like that thing is finally decreasing now. But we've got to watch, because it has done that several times and has tracked from up in the Bailey County area all the way down into Lamb and now into Hockley County. So no guarantees that it's decreasing in intensity. It still has a good potential, a lot of moisture coming in, as Matt has explained several times there, how it's tracking maybe along a boundary, maybe the remnants of the dry line trying to push into that boundary, I should say. So that may be why there's a little enhancement here. But that storm system is tracking really along 84, back up to the northwest. Some rain back in the Sudan area. Obviously, there's no warnings there. In fact, this is our strongest thunderstorm, and there's nothing else really significant, at least at this point here in Lubbock County. Now, we do have that tornado watch in effect till 10 o'clock, but overall view, as we've shown several times, there's been a few areas of spotty showers, a little activity along the Caprock, northwest of Guthrie. That is moving north and northwest, not much to that at all. But again, this area is under a tornado watch. We just have to watch and see if this gets enough lift and gets the energy going to produce severe weather. The big core is right here. This storm has covered a large part of Lamb County, started out from the Muleshoe area, and at this point it is moving slowly through the northeast corner. This is Hockley County. Here's Levelland. It's not a threat at all to Levelland. Basically, it's a threat to anything along Highway 84 at the present time, continuing on the track at this time. And I'm trying to see there, it doesn't show a lot of movement, looks like in the last couple of scans, but we'll wait to see what the Weather Service says as far as updates. But we still have the tornado warning in effect. That goes, I believe, until 6 o'clock. So the fact is, the Weather Service will be watching this closely, and we'll watch to see if there's any changes in the thunderstorm warning or the tornado warning in general. Look at that hail, though, again, tennis ball size. And again, as you point over along 84, and you can see the part of Market Roads, and here's Anton. Once again, this is where some of the largest hail is here, and especially around the community of Boehner, and now still southeast of Lums Chapel. Tremendous amount of rainfall in that area. I discourage you to not drive along 84 anywhere north or northwest out of Lubbock County, or out of Levelland or Whit Harrell to the north. Wait till this storm decreases in intensity along 385. Obviously, that much rain along that roadway and over Littlefield earlier and still occurring is going to cause some major problems. That's why there's flood warnings in effect. There's a lot of water coming with this storm. It has edged barely up to the Cotton Center area and just along the western areas of Hale County here. Maybe a little rain edging over towards Interstate 27. We'll just have to wait and see, as we've done over the last few hours. Matt?
Yeah, and if we could go back to Live View 1, you can see that Ruben and Natalie are in Littlefield right now. Exiting right there off 84, that's 385. You see the stripes to the right there. They're still in the rainfall, even though the core of that thunderstorm has moved a good distance away. You can see still on the backside of this thunderstorm, nowhere near, it's still several miles away from the core itself. Still some good heavy rain that is falling right there. and it's going to take a while. A good place that they're going there is right there to the gas station. Just kind of watch it out because the storm is moving so slowly. If you know someone coming down 84 and maybe they were going from Muleshoe to Littlefield and they're thinking, well, the storm's out there, but it's ahead of me. Keep in mind, the storm is going about 5 to 10 miles per hour, so you would quickly overtake the storm. So this is the vantage point right there in Littlefield. The vertical yellow you see across the way, that's the side of the McDonald's sign right there. So you can see just some small hail and heavy rain that is still falling in Littlefield, where they reported, Ruben and Natalie said, definitely street flooding there around Littlefield that they saw from the really, really heavy rainfall. And even though they were staying on the back side of the storm system, they saw some of the small hail as well. But that main hail threat is still about 5, maybe 10 miles southeast of them, just to the northeast of Oklahoma Flat. John.
Thanks there, Matt. And I noticed that Emergency Management is checking with the National Weather Service, asking, is there a tornado on the ground still in Lamb County or even Hockley County? So we'll see if the Weather Service answers their question. We'll be able to get that hopefully through the chat. But again, the tornado warning is still in effect for at least 10 more minutes for there. It looks like that circulation has decreased some. We saw it a few minutes ago on velocity, but then again, can see a little bit of a hook kind of coming back into that region. These are the only two warnings right now. The thunderstorm warning there that Steve was highlighting and the tornado warning here along Highway 84. Very intense storm just continues to work its way south and southeast. Some of that rain now reaching down towards Whit Harold. Fortunately, at this point, that hail is still north to northeast of Whit Harold. Whether it stays there or not, we'll simply have to wait and see how things develop on that. But this is a very slow-moving storm. The color had decreased to mostly black, and it looks like there may be a little bit of green coming back to that. And still see some overall circulation, obviously, with the storm itself, trying to see how that interacts and whether or not those brighter colors start arriving, which would indicate true circulation ramping up again. So see what we got here. Weather Service, Justin Weaver reporting, Ant and Mesonet reporting wind gusts of 55 miles an hour. The winds have been gusting about 40 miles an hour for the last 40 minutes up there. And talks about chasers report trouble, standing in these inflow winds. In other words, trying to get out to get video or pictures. That's how strong the winds are going into that storm. So plenty of moisture, plenty of instability for that storm system as it makes its way across the northwestern South Plains, headed for the central South Plains. I know you're looking this way, Steve. Did you want to make a comment, or?
Well, if we go back in time, because several times we've talked about the storms developing this afternoon out pretty close to the Muleshoe area. So if I set our clock back 3 hours, normally here we're looking at the last hour to 30 minutes, and I put this into motion, I'm going to go ahead and turn off for a moment the warnings that we have so that you can see this, and then I'm going to zoom back in because you can actually see the circulation in the radar. You can see the circulation of the two tornadoes that were reported here. So I'm going to zoom this back in, shift the view here slightly, and as we go through this, let me stop this right about in here and back this up just a little bit. So here's the first circulation right to the west of the Beck area. Watch that, there's a little bit of rotation there. And then the second one shows up just to the northwest of the Littlefield area. I'll play it one more time over the last 2 hours actually. Should give you the ability to see that. So we'll go through that one more time and show you right in there. We had the first circulation and the second circulation. It's kind of hard to see on the radar, but basically it is showing us that the two tornadoes that we had reported in the area. And also we were mentioning the watches and the warnings that we have. So if I can get the computer here to select the tool that I'm trying to get it to select. There we go. Hopefully this will do it. It doesn't want to select. There we go. So for a moment, I'll go ahead and turn off our radar just so that you can see the different warnings that we have in effect. And I'm going to highlight the tornado warning first. That's in the red. That is until 6 p.m. this evening. So all of that red shading that is showing up is the tornado warning. Then we still have the severe thunderstorm warning also in effect until 7 p.m. now. Actually, that's the yellow shading. And the tornado warning actually overlays that. And finally, we have the area that is in green, and this highlights the flood warning, also in effect until 7 p.m. Now, this is what we have immediately going on in the area here. We'll likely see some additional warnings and watches that are issued as we go through the evening here. We'll go back to the radar, put this back into motion so that you can see the storms and that hail core that continues to show up. This is just to the west of the Anton area, out towards the Lum's Chapel area with some heavy rain working its way into the north side of Whitharrell at this point, and it's likely that we're getting some very heavy rain from on 84 from Anton to at least the Boehner area. As John has mentioned, he's been discouraging travel along 84 northwest of the Lubbock area because of the storm that you see, not just for its potential to produce a tornado, the large hail, but also the flooding rains in the area and the very, very strong wind gusts. So continue to watch this. We have an environment very supportive of additional severe thunderstorms as we go through the evening. We'll likely see some either additional development or the storm that we've been watching continuing. Now picking up a storm that's actually just outside the viewing area, but on its current track likely will move into the viewing area down in the Lee County area. So this is some new development, and notice this is actually tracking to more to the northeast right now. So have some new activity that we'll be working into, it looks like, the southwestern part of the viewing area here over the next 30 to perhaps 60 minutes. So the overall view, again, in the viewing area right now, it's mainly that activity that we have just northwest of Lubbock, right around the Amherst, Anton and Littlefield areas, still extending back up towards Amherst as well. John?
Yeah, if we can go to the streaming computer here in just a minute, just wanted to show you, John, this is the photo you showed from Ryan Reese. Where was that? This was earlier. It's not currently, but where was this, John?
You know, I'll have to check with Ryan and see, but he was in the Lamb County area. So I will check with him and see, but they were watching that storm when it was in the developing between Muleshoe down to Littlefield, but I can check and find out for you.
Oh, well, I don't need, I'm just saying, you know, as we're showing this, I want to be clear, this is not a tornado right now.
Oh, no.
But this is earlier. This is what this storm has done. So this was earlier in Lamb County. Ryan Reese, who has chased storms for a number of years and was in safe perspective of this was back when it was earlier there in Lamb County. So this is another perspective of what this storm has done over the last few hours, and we still have a tornado warning because it still could produce another tornado, John.
All right, thanks, Matt. I'll check, and that's a good point. I didn't get the specifics, but I was so impressed by the photo he sent us. We certainly appreciate it. So that was very intense, and that storm continues to be very intense and severe as well. We can go to Doppler radar, and we will show what's going on. And again, here's what we've got according to Steve here, and you indicating a little bit of the track there, huh, Steve? Do you want to talk about that?
This is potentially the tornado picture, the location that we were just looking at. Again, potentially the tornado that was reported a little after 4 p.m. this evening in Bailey County, pretty much near the Muleshoe Wildlife Area or just to the east of that. It potentially could be the tornado that we were just looking at in that picture. As we go back to the radar, we'll shift the view back so you can see what we have going on right now. This is a 30-minute loop on the radar that we're watching. It does look like there may be 1 or 2 frames missing, so it looks like the radar jumps just a little bit. And we sometimes see that again on the radar, especially when we have a very active pattern. So let's go back in a little bit closer because we're still getting that indication of large hail, and it's working its way. The eastern extent is working its way a little bit closer to Anton right now. So also we're seeing some development that is sinking southward just north of the Whitharrell area. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer on both of those so you can see that. And if we put a measuring tool on that from the Anton area now, we're looking at it just being, a little more than a mile to the west of you at this point. And again, it shows signs of building to the east, so it's possible that it could be moving build towards the Anton area as we go through the next few minutes. And you may have noticed as the sweep went by near Whitehall, we're seeing some that white that shows up as the sweep goes through, showing the potential also for some hail in that area. So let me put the measuring tool on that very briefly. And from the north side of Whitehall, that is just under a mile to the north of you right now, showing that potential hail core in your area too. So we're going to continue to watch this. We have the tornado warning still in effect until 6 p.m. We are not getting any reports of a current tornado. We do have the tornado warning. We are still seeing the indications of some very large hail on the radar at this time.
All right, Steve, and as a matter of fact, the Weather Service at 6 is going to let the tornado warning expire, but they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this general area. We're waiting to see exactly, and they haven't determined yet, as whether or not it's going to include the city of Lubbock. They're trying to make a determination. It looks like if the storm is going to drift a little more south or if it's going to come southeast. So we should know that next 2 to 3 minutes. We go into the newscast here, but it's not directly close to the city. Obviously, it's close to shallow water in the Anton area, close to Roundup. Very large hail anywhere from southwest of Anton to northwest of Whitehall. Storm is really kind of working its way south along Highway 385. Not a lot of rotation. We showed you that on the velocity a little bit earlier. You still see somewhat of a hook there. And keep in mind, this storm has weakened before, it has intensified. We do see a little color maybe in that general area right there, and we're beginning to see a little bit of green there, but we've seen that before without it.
Okay, John, we lost your mic right there. So again, just to follow up on what John was saying, that the tornado warning is going to expire. It has just expired. You may have noticed that the red color has dropped. The yellow also has dropped. That was the severe thunderstorm warning. We are expecting, based on information from the National Weather Service, that a new severe thunderstorm warning will be issued momentarily. It likely will extend from near Whitehall, the Anton area, to the southeast. So this may include parts of the Lubbock County, especially northwestern Lubbock County. That'll be showing up here just in moments once it is issued by the National Weather Service.
Thank you very much there. Hopefully the mic's working. It looks like it will include the Reese Center area, but the city of Lubbock is not in that path of this storm at this time. You could tell a few minutes ago that it is tracking to the south, and so Reese Center will be in the warning. That means just west of the city. There it is. Does include just east of Levelland, includes the Smire area over to Reese Center, but right now at least the center area of the city of Lubbock, right around the loop and just a little to the west. The warning does not include this region, but it might edge over towards shallow water. And the storm is generally tracked from the south and southeast all the way from the areas of Bailey County right through Lamb County. It's produced tornadoes several times, produced up to 4-inch size hail, if not larger. There's been flooding issues all along Highway 84 and 385. There may be some wind damage, especially in areas like Lums Chapel or maybe Oklahoma Flat and to the west of Littlefield and in parts of Lamb County. So right now, though, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, extending from about Oklahoma Flat, including the Anton area. This is the potential right here for some large hail with that. I'm going to see if they indicate that on the chat here. Severe thunderstorm warning with this, and they do have what they call tornado possible tag on that, meaning they're watching it to see if the circulation returns. We're not necessarily through with this storm as a tornado producer. It still could do that. But again, you could see that track, and Steve will outline that. I'll back up just a little bit. If it continues on that general southeast track, now if it veers a little bit more, it'll be making its way into the city of Lubbock. Now, it doesn't mean it'll be intense. It may still be a severe thunderstorm warning. Hopefully it will not develop to a tornado warning, but it has weakened before and it's intensified before. So at this point, we're just concerned really strong winds and also some large hail associated with that, and that's mostly all in Hockley County at this time. But there's your tracking indicating close to 7 o'clock before the shallow water area. It would be close to 8 if it stays on this track and if it continues at this speed. We're obviously reaching out a little bit on the time span there, but this does give you a great idea of how that storm can track out of Hockley County into Lubbock County. Overall, there is a tornado watch in effect for all of the South Plains, and we can show you that on Doppler radar, but this is primarily our storm that we've been tracking ever since early afternoon, and that watch continues until 10 o'clock this evening over the South Plains, obviously including Lubbock and most of our region in general. And we're going to go to a live view here. We've got a couple of chase units out. I believe this is Ruben and Natalie.
Yeah, that's on the backside of the thunderstorm here, still showing the heavy rainfalls. They're coming down 84, and they've reported at different times seeing flooding. I mean, even on the main highway, you can see how wet the roadway is, but different times they've seen flooding off to the side of the road. And earlier in Littlefield, they saw the smaller hail, although there was a report of as large as softball-sized hail in Littlefield. Meanwhile, on Live View 2, our second unit here, Julio is actually going out ahead. He's edging out over western Lubbock and western Lubbock County, closer to shallow water, so he'll actually be ahead of the thunderstorm as it moves into western Lubbock County. So we've got live views here on both the front and back side of this thunderstorm, John. It's still only moving like south-southeast about 5 to 10 miles per hour, so it still is a real slow mover.
Definitely so, and some flooding. We've talked about that all afternoon. In addition to the potential large hail and the high winds and heavy rainfall, there's likely travel problems in northern Hockley County, throughout most of Lamb County, up to at least in and around the Littlefield area where they had some very large hail. But again, watching the storm from two different storm chase units. Now we can look at Doppler radar. Just a quick update here. Shows tornado watch in effect. Does include Lubbock and all of the South Plains, but right now no tornado warnings, but the one severe thunderstorm warning right here. Flood warning for Lamb County due to the heavy rainfall that has occurred in that county. Here's the storm itself, still trying to get some circulation going back to its west and southwest, and a few more showers trying to pop up on the west of that, back over towards north of Morton and south of Muleshoe and back up in the northwestern areas of Lamb County. Those are not severe, but they have that possibility of becoming severe. So as far as Lubbock's concerned, we're just along 114 over to about recenter in that warning at this time. That may change over the next 30 minutes or so, but the National Weather Service still watching this storm as it moves south to southeast with a slow movement, heavy rainfall, and notice how the hail size may be diminishing there. So that's a good indication between Oklahoma Flat and Anton that the storm may be kind of weakening somewhat overall, and still indicates a little bit of a hook, but nothing significant, at least right now. And I think as far as what's going on in the next few minutes, we will toss it back to news at this point, unless Matt has a choice for any live chasing or anything.
Okay, thank you, John. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us on this first alert weather day, and we'll go back to weather if more watches or warnings develop as soon as we need to.
In the meantime, Dawson County Deputy Jesse Paris made it his career to serve many communities, and now friends and loved ones are giving back in his honor.
Pettis died in the line of duty Tuesday afternoon. He was conducting a traffic stop on the side of Highway 180 west of La Mesa when a commercial vehicle passed on the roadway. Debris from that vehicle struck Pettis, and he died at the hospital from his injuries. Investigators have not yet specified what it was exactly that hit him.
Max Mendieta, the assistant fire chief for the O'Donnell Fire Department, describes Paris as nothing short of a hero. They went to school and played sports together before becoming first responders. And as a first responder himself, Mendieta says he's no stranger to losing fellow first responders, but the loss of Paris was something he was never prepared for.
You know, it hit home. You know, I've seen it before, and you hear about it, but you never think tragedy like that can strike home. And when it does, you really get to feeling like, man, I've always said, what if? Or I can imagine. And then it hits home, and you're just like, man, what do we do now?
That's when Mendieta's organization, Smile Like Sela, and with Dove Orama, came up with the idea for a skeet shoot in honor of Pettis. It's tomorrow at 3010 County Road R, that's southeast of La Mesa. The first flight starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. There will also be live entertainment, an auction, and food. We have the link to register on our website, kcbd.com.
And we want to mention a warning from the Dawson County Sheriff's Office this evening. Scammers are trying to take advantage of Deputy Paris's death. A memorial scholarship fundraiser is reportedly circulating through social media, but it is a scam. The Paris family is not involved with any scholarship fundraiser. It would likely be the sheriff's office to promote any real fundraiser.
Funeral details for Deputy Pettis were also announced today. A celebration of life will be Monday at the O'Donnell High School gym near 4th and Standifer Street at 4 o'clock. The burial will follow at the O'Donnell Cemetery.
And now a measles update. Nearly 24 more measles cases were confirmed by the Texas Health Department today as the virus continues to spread across the South Plains and the state.
The state confirmed 22 new cases since Tuesday. That brings the total now to 646 cases since late January. The health department did clarify, however, that only 1%, fewer than 10 cases, are actively infectious. 64 people have been hospitalized over the course of the outbreak.
Health experts are warning measles could become endemic in the U.S. if vaccination rates do not improve. That's according to a new study in the journal JAMA. Over a 25-year period, it says, researchers project almost 900,000 measles cases if vaccination rates stay as they are now. And that infection rate could shoot up to as many as 51 million if vaccinations continue to drop by half. And a reminder, the MMR vaccine provides 97% immunity from the measles virus.
Those storms continue to move across the South Plains tonight.
Our weather team is tracking the very latest. Your First Alert Weather Day update is next.
Yeah, it's still fine to time for now. So yeah, we'll go max 1, and we'll go live view 1, which is behind the storm, and live view 2 is ahead of the storm. Live view 2 is near shallow water, and then go back to a max 1. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we can do tower cam and max one.
One's behind the storm, then 2 is near shallow water ahead of it.
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
We're going to start with some tower cams here. First of all, Steve Devine operating Avenue A and 56th Street here, looking at that massive storm still staying west of Lubbock, so west here in Lubbock, I should say. The severe part of the storm is west of us. It is not impacting the city yet, although it may produce some strong winds and it could move towards the city. But you can see the line of clouds associated with that. Now we can go over to 98th and Slide. You see east-southeast winds at 25. Our temperature 77 degrees. We have cooled down. Wind gusts here have been gusting to around 37 miles an hour and stronger. You see the tower cam moving again. You can see the view there, just a little bit of a different angle, but a lot of wind in and around this thunderstorm, and the wind's been quite gusty throughout the evening hours. Now we're going to take a look at some of our chase units at this point, and we'll go to Ruben and Natalie here. This is live unit 1. They're actually behind the storm. They've been up around Lamb County most of the afternoon, and we posted some great photos and video from them up there when the storm was producing a tornado down in that area, working its way towards Hockley County. That's the storm that they were chasing earlier that you can see ahead of them, and that's the one that we just looked at on the tower cam. Now we'll go to live unit 2, and again, just ahead of it, and this gives you an idea what that storm looks like from the Lubbock area, West Lubbock in particular. So we've got Julio Iglesias out on watching that storm. So we're watching it from the front and the back basically, so we can keep an eye on it. It has produced tornadoes in the afternoon period, starting south of Muleshoe. It's been tracking south, a little bit southeast at times. Right now it's mostly moving to the south, but it's still a very intense thunderstorm with the potential of large hail and high winds. Potential tornado development with it, but nothing's going at this point. And I do want to mention the Weather Service, by the way, on the chat line. Just checking there, nothing significant. Someone was concerned about Plainview, but at this time we just have a tornado watch, for all of the South Plains, with some thunderstorms trying to develop in the area. So the tornado watch extends really from north of us down to Lubbock, back into eastern New Mexico. Now as we take a look at the radar, we'll bring you up to date on what's going on now. We really have one intense thunderstorm here. That's basically been the story of the afternoon. The storm system is still behind it. Flood warnings in effect around Littlefield, back west and northwest of Littlefield. You can see the pockets of large hail earlier. Once again, you can still see some rotation trying to redevelop with this storm. It has weakened considerably, working its way through northern Hockley County. In fact, it's actually building a little bit more to the southwest. It is tracking, as you can see from the polygon, generally south to southeast. That puts it right on the edge of Lubbock. The city of Lubbock is not in this warning. Reese Center is, but notice how the heavy rainfall is still occurring around the Anton area. They may see some of that rainfall work its way into shallow water. So it looks like part of the storm will make its way into western Lubbock County. And at this point, the core and the strongest part of the storm continues to track along Highway 385 down towards the Levelland area, but no reports of large hail at this time. Could develop some. Here's your general track. Steve Devine putting that on, headed towards the Smyre community, possibly Wolford, Ropesville, and obviously Levelland as it makes its way through that region. As we take a quick look at what's coming up again, we have more storms in the forecast later tonight. Keep in mind that tornado watch till 10 o'clock. Some heavy storms overnight, notice that, and then we see some isolated storms, but clearing weather conditions late Saturday into Sunday. I've got overnight lows, mostly low 50s north, low 60s southeast. Afternoon highs tomorrow, cooler. Notice the range, upper 70s down in Snyder, upper 60s in our northwestern areas, and the 7-day forecast shows rain decreasing potentially by the time we get into Saturday afternoon and evening, and then temperatures climbing closer to the 80-degree mark coming up on Sunday. We may get a break with warmer temperatures Monday, and then Karen and Abner, more thunderstorms in the forecast next week. But again, we still have the warning literally just west of Lubbock, and that storm much weaker than it was just an hour ago.
Good. Oh, good. This is a very important weather day, and Steve Devine has had a long day, but it shows how important this day is.
As a matter of fact, that is so true, and our chasers out and about, and we've got Matt back here, and also we got Allie back there. We appreciate Steve for being here, and at least he didn't have to get up early this morning.
Yeah, all right. Now, all doing a great job. Thank you very much, John. Well, some familiar names will take Lubbock stages this weekend, and there's a special production for families.
KCBD News Channel 11's James Epler joins us with Hub City happenings. James.
Well, Karen and Abner, two big concerts this weekend, and each of the headlining artists has some memories of Lubbock.
Kinda country, kinda city. She's West Coast down home pretty.
John Party brings his Honky Tonk Hollywood tour to the United Supermarkets Arena tonight. The multi-platinum selling country star is from California, but he does have Texas ties, even visiting Lubbock a handful of times. And he told me about one memory that sticks out.
I remember the first time I went to Lubbock was for a family reunion. Everybody saying it was a dry county at the time, and everybody was complaining about that. But it's not. I just remember the Strip. Yeah, back in the day. This is an early memory of a Strip. It was like Las Vegas to the middle of nowhere. But that was the first thing I remember. And we've been to Lubbock since, but like it's a funny little story I tell to people that live there.
Now he can get his beer a lot easier here now. That show starts in about an hour, and there are still a few tickets left. Grammy winner Amanda Shires was born and raised in Lubbock and a member of the West Texas Walk of Fame. She's playing a special concert at the historic Cactus Theater where she'll debut some new music. And she says her hometown is still a special place.
In Lubbock, maybe because it's so far away from other places, I think that the people tend to be more generous and hospitable, I guess. And I think the people there encourage and support one another more so than a lot of other places I've seen. And it's a special kind of folks that live out in West Texas.
Now that concert is tomorrow night at the Cactus Theater. She'll be back in town later this fall, though, because she is being honored as a distinguished alumni at Texas Tech. You can see my full interviews with Shires and Party at KCBD.com.
Come here, little Mowgli. You're mine now.
For families, and especially young children, The Jungle Book, performed by the Youth Artist Guild Lubbock. Now, you know the story of Mowgli, Baloo, Bagheera, and Shere Khan. Performers range in age from 8 to 18, and with this production, the kids are in control.
This production, you're going to see kids doing hair and makeup. They're doing the lights and sound. They are ushering. They're stage managing. They're directing as well.
I hope that they see the kids having a good time. I mean, it's been fun directing it and getting to see them grow as actors, even in this short time.
Performances are the next 2 weekends at Hollingsworth Hall Cultural Center on Boston. I'm told there are a few sold-out shows already. The Lubbock Lions Club hosting its annual Kids Fish. That's tomorrow morning into the afternoon at McKenzie Park. And it's okay if you don't have fishing poles. They have them out there for you. You can scan that QR code to register. And for more details on these events, including links for tickets, find this story under the community section of KCBD.com.
So much to do here. Thank you, James.
Sports is next.
Oh, no. Let me ask the guy up there.
Had a storm, severe storm that was northwest of Amarillo, so I wasn't sure if they were going there or coming here.
Can they tie into our chasers? Okay, so they would be covered down here with us.
Well, maybe by the time it gets here, it won't be severe. Should I leave the mic?
There it goes. Okay.
slow moving, a couple hours to go.
Oh, so sure the dog wouldn't freak out.
No, she's usually fine. I just was like, if you have to go somewhere, like bring her with you.
This is KCBD Sports from the Lubbock National Bank Sports Desk.
A Sportacular Friday to you. Wayland Baptist didn't have to look far to find the 15th head coach of the historic Flying Queens basketball program. They have hired Jordan Vessels. Raised in Canyon, she played basketball at West Texas A&M under Krista Gerlich, followed her to UT Arlington, where she was an assistant coach. Moving to Texas Tech under Gerlich, she was an assistant coach and director of basketball operations the last 5 years. This is her first head coaching job, and Coach Gerlich couldn't be happier.
Oh, she was ecstatic. Like, she was so excited. It was bittersweet for her because leaving, after being with her for 10 plus years, being a player as well. But it was she knew it was a fantastic opportunity, and she knew it was one I could not pass up. To lead a legendary program like Wayland and the Flying Queens, I mean, it's really, it hasn't set in yet, that's for sure. But just to be honored, or to be mentioned in the same breath as the Flying Queens and what they've done in years past, it's just, it's something I don't take lightly, that's for sure. And I know the expectations, and I'm ready to tackle those expectations for sure.
The pioneers of a new head track and field coach, Nicholas Douglas. Back in college, he set multiple school records and coached recently at North Greenville as an assistant. He is ready to lead the program as he and his wife made the move from Florida to Texas.
Coming out here, I think it was 24-hour journey. So it's really a big change and something that we're gonna have to adjust to. We like the area, so we're really just looking forward to finishing the move, going back and get the rest of our stuff and get the kids out here. So we're just excited to be here and be here at Wayland. So the program has had a great history. As we can see, they won a lot of national championships in the past, and it's really something that we want to continue doing in the future. And before I got here, I've been keeping track of the results, seeing how the team is doing, and then there's a lot of great athletes here that I'm just really excited to start working with. So.
Pioneer Baseball SAC champions for the first time ever. Head coach Todd Weldon has a great group. Down 1-0, Feliz Posiano rips a single right up the middle. The throw home going to be cut off. Delvis Claudia will tie it up. Then looking to push in front, Arcadio Frasudo out of Amarillo. The base hit to right. Another run will slide in. Wayland Baptist rolls and gets the win in this one, 12-7. Good things happening out at Wayland Baptist. Extra innings, Tech baseball and softball, hopefully at 10. We'll be right back.
Are we able to push the start of wheel? Are we able to push this break and make it start the next show? Push that back a minute or so. We started this break late. Yeah, so he's on 2378. He's southwest of Shallowater. Oh, okay.
Are you still thinking that will come through Lubbock around 7?
Probably would be, maybe it's probably closer to 7:30 maybe. Okay. Are we able to, can you, I guess, is wheel sold out? Are you able to get one of these spots, move it out? Okay. Still,
Quick look here, our Storm Chaser 1 is out near Lums Chapel. Power lines down, so there's some traffic issues there. We also have Live Unit 2 still out, and it again is giving you a perspective on where that storm is. By the way, that storm is intensifying some. Quick look at Doppler radar. There's still a thunderstorm warning with that. It's headed towards Smyer at this point. We're watching it closely. Could be some hail associated with that, Karen and Abner, and we still have the tornado watch.
Okay, thank you, John. John and Matt, Hallie, the entire weather team, they're watching the weather for you throughout the evening. We will see you back here at 10.
Hold on to your weather app. It's really handy along with our guys. Have a great evening. Be safe.
Hey Andy, what's up? What's up, man? How you doing? Good. How are you? How we looking on the weather?
Still can get a storm in here maybe by 7:30 or 8, but it's moving really slowly. It's actually stopped just about right now.
Feel you. How's Sunday look like? Think we can get anything?
Warmer, just low chance for a storm, and looks probably like up in the mid-80s, more sunshine. So, good day to be out.
Yeah, I need to.
Good.
I need to be out there Sunday. You know what I mean?
All these muddy vehicles.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I see Julio's made a friend here.
All right, John, you have a good one.